No lead up again for today. We're just gonna kind of go for it. You know how it is. It's another late night stream. Might be a little bit quieter today. Hopefully. Actually, I'm gonna have to play with one earmuff off just so that I can hear what's going on in real life. Everyone else is asleep, so it's time to play games. We should be back to our regularly scheduled broadcasts on Monday. We'll not be back today because it's gonna be Sunday regardless of where most people are, at least most people that watch me currently. It's already gonna be this time. We had just finished killing the butterfly last stream, as is so right here. Also, we are going to inherit some things from Io. Or Io. We're gonna take Bridge of Glory. Hey, what up, Aaron? How's it going? And we're gonna take... that's it, I think. And with that, we are going to switch out our Flame Blade. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. I have to level that up, right? Acquire gift. I need to max this out. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I gotta play this game again and try to beat it up, which is kind of nice. Now that I maxed it out, I can switch it out. Where is it? Wait, am I not Queen Slayer? I am Queen Slayer. Why can I not equip that? Because I don't have enough mind. Let's get rid of stamina and... do I not have a mind boost? I currently don't have a mind boost. Crap. Okay then. Gotta find which character has boost for mind. Dexterity and willpower. Mind and vitality. Okay, now that I have that one, let's see. Mind and vitality. So what's my stats now? Can I equip? There we go. So I want Bridge of Glory because that actually scales off of light damage. And I want to equip a gift that has more light ability. Which is actually super important for later. And I think I'm gonna go Ivory Grace. Yeah, Ivory Grace it is. Alright. So ideally, we're just gonna skip all of our cutscenes, by the way, still, like we were doing yesterday. Because I'm just trying to beat the game really quick. Talk to the lady. There we go, help her out. And then immediately downstairs. So the next boss I think we have to fight is the successor of like the water or whatever. I forget what her name is, but she's gonna let us know that we have to open up the statue. In order to move on to the next area. Which is ideally where we're going right now. But yeah, the reason why I swapped out my blood code, even though this might actually be a damage debuff currently, is because the Bridge of Glory item that we just picked up actually scales off of how much light we have by 0.5. So for every piece of light we have, we get 0.5 extra damage. So I believe this is arguably more damage than we had before. If not, I'm going to just go back to Bloodhound, because it did reduce a lot of my damage. But it only reduced damage on a drain. So realistically, my sword should be hitting for crazy amounts right now. There's another Prometheus vestige. I think that's our last Prometheus vestige that we need. Though technically we don't need any of those. Actually, there is no reason for us to go this way, right? Let me think. No, this just loops around and it's just for loot and stuff. I don't think there's actually a reason to go down here. We actually wanted to take the elevator, which is in over here. So we want to kill all the enemies downstairs, run through, turn left, and then it's a left, and there's a big old pit on the left, and that's the actual way forward. Because we need to find Nicola and the girl with the fez hat. And they will prompt us to go forward. I'm gonna talk to him because he'll give me a quest, which we're gonna actively work on anyway. Oh yeah, we're doing massive damage right now. The only problem I think right now is technically the weapon I have doesn't scale off of the current weapon I'm using doesn't scale with what I have currently, so that is a problem. You know what, Aaron? I feel you on that. I have insomnia myself, so I don't sleep well already. So I completely understand how you feel, not being able to sleep well. Or, well, I guess not barely getting any sleep. Alright, I have to jump all the way down this. Oh, well, I died. My dodge didn't go. That's fine. It's not like it matters. All my souls should be at the top there. That's about a 600 damage boost getting that buff with the glory buff, which is kind of a big deal. I hope you do end up getting some sleep. Sleep is important. Although it's mildly, you know, not really hypocritical, but like not a really honest opinion from me because I don't sleep well and I've done it for years. I'm currently 25 and I probably haven't slept like a decent amount of time, like 6 hours plus. Probably haven't done that in like over 10 years. But I understand the value of sleep. I always tell people to get plenty of sleep when they can, if they can. Super, super important. I died again. I don't know why my dash doesn't want to move. Oh no, wait. He rezzed me. Very cool. And then the bottom is right here. And this is where we're going. Push that just to make certain that the device works, so that we can pull that the lever down later if we want. And we're gonna just basically sprint through this area and make our way to the boss of this region. Actually, would I change out Yakumo for Jack? Because Jack technically gives me more damage. Probably not. Yeah, like most definitely not. I wouldn't switch out Yakumo for Jack. He's too strong. So I believe we have to ignite all these pyres before we can make our way forward. I don't think I need the buff, but I'm just gonna take it anyway. Because we kind of do like dumb damage right now. We're gonna pick that up because that's useful for giving gifts to our people. And the reason why I leave poison on as a buff is because poison is good for every single boss, pretty much, except for the final two. You can use poison for essentially everybody else but those two. I just want to see if I can walk forward. Even though I don't have the gate open. It looks like I can just go this way. I don't really need any of these vestiges, honestly, because I've already gathered them, so we kind of could just run through to the end, which is okay by me. Because as I've already said, I've kind of done this part already. But I wouldn't say it's the worst thing to pick them up. This is going to tell us that we have to go further in, and I need to get 2 keys off of 2 dead bodies here before I can proceed forward. And most importantly, I need to actually collect these vestiges later on in the Bloody Palace. And the Bloody Palace isn't until we get to that silver area after we lower the or figured out about the statue. Not lower anything, but figure out about the statue. This man has the key we need. Got him. Some free vivifies. Now we're looking for, I believe, the eagle key, which should be over here somewhere. Alright, well, it looks like Yakumo handled it for me. There's our eagle key. I think I'm missing a single EO thing because I don't have access to the sacrifice ability where I can put a time limit on myself, but I full heal with it and get 50% stats. Actually a pretty useful buff to have, but unfortunately don't have access to that right now. Now that we killed him, we got our other key that we need. Just gotta progress on through the game. Kinda hoping I could just chop it. Hey, come on, my friend, you can't die to that. There's a level of sadness. Okay. Now we cleared that. Get out of here. Run over here. Now we have to just get through this section, which actually isn't that bad. It looks kind of bad, but it's not. We run this whole gambit, clear this. I also probably should level up a different blood code. I just picked this one just because it was cheap and I had access to it. Yeah, Ivory Grace. I should probably pick one that actually has better stats, though. Ideally. I actually don't know what the parry animation for this character is. Oh, it's like very slow. The Hanamukuro. One of the best swords you're gonna find in the game. That'll last you a really long time. Not a permanent amount of time, but a really long time. I'm gonna head this way first. Because I want to grab this mist before I go down to the fight. Because I don't trust myself, number one. And number two, I just know my luck isn't really that great, so... As opposed to doing something overtly dumb. Makes a lot more sense just to grab that. Alright, things to note about this fight. Don't get hit. She does water stuff. She's not nice. Other than that, there's not a lot to this fight. We're gonna prep all of our abilities now before we get actually into the boss fight. Take a little sip of coffee. I don't think this boss is gonna hit me enough times that I need to worry about. Okay. Remember I was like, oh yeah, this boss isn't gonna hit me that much? You're immediately hitting me? Yeah, and that's why I grabbed the missile. I hate how fast I am with this build. I'm used to dodging with the medium roll, so that when I have this awkward teleport movement, I'm not accustomed to it. That's fine though. Killed this one. There's no serpent tied to this boss, so we just kind of go through it. Pretty quick. Honestly, the slowest parts were that we kept getting stuck underwater. Other than that, pretty quick, pretty clean. I might actually take a bigger weapon. Now that I think about it. I saw my Fion 1, which is what I need. I'm going to equip not that. Or that. Where the hell is it? It's a two-handed sword. Oh yeah, the Nakimuro. Then we're gonna upgrade that. The Queen Steel. Excellent. And then we're gonna upgrade our current blood code. Because yeah, with 53 extra stats, it's gonna give us slightly more damage. Which I'm kind of alright with, because we're a little fast right now, just a little bit. With that, we can turn back to the park ruins. And once we come back here, we can activate the statue teleporter now. Now that we have talked to May, I forgot what her name is. And I think once we talk to her, we can go to the ice place, and then I think after the ice place, we go to the underground ruins. But first, we do actually slow roll with this. Also, that's a 2100 attack swing. Which is kind of nice. It's kind of a girthy attack. Oh, that was our last Prometheus. Oh wait, no, we have to go back. I forgot. I missed a cutscene, I think. We have to go back and debrief Louis, I believe. And once What's-Her-Face looks at the map, she'll be like, oh yeah. The government agents did stuff there. That's right. Bunch of minor things I'm forgetting about this game. But we will slowly remember it, get it together, and fix it. There's no run.
源流の捜索のためにも血類の泉はまずは各地の宿り木を準備ができした。
Where am I missing a tendril then? That's 100%. So then there is something here I have to do? Why don't I remember what this is? We follow it, we turn right as opposed to left. There's no boss here though. I'm honestly trying to think of why we have to come here. I'm currently not recalling though. I got that backstab, but I wasn't even looking. I also saw that there was a drop there, but I just couldn't for the life of me be bothered to care. Because like when we're kind of just going in like this and just beating up the enemy,
数はちょいと手間かもな。
I kind of find it a little bit difficult to get super invested. I don't think I actually ever found where that ladder is, now that I think about it. It's probably not gonna matter though, because it doesn't look like it leads to anything of note, but I don't actually remember finding where that ladder goes. Or did I? I did not. Wow, that would have been a useful missile to find. I got to this point and was completely empty on gear. Super useful stuff. Thank you, big Cthulhu bird guy. Was there something to cleanse down here? Oh, right, this enemy. I completely forgot about this guy. Maybe because he wasn't that big of a deal. I do remember fighting him though, now. I was like, not having proper roll. It's throwing me off. Unfortunately, but fortunately we made up for it. So we have to go to the palace first, then we go to the ice place. We'll go somewhere else. I forgot where, but basically we just have like a lot of open space that we're just gonna run through. So now we found all three, I believe. And when we come back here and talk to Lewis, he should say that they're all going to a place we can't get to, and then that's when the girl will tell us about the statue. Hopefully. There we go. So she should wake up from her dream. Is that part?
しかしどうなってんだ。
So now we should have our new lead for where we're going. There's Io looking at all the new gear and whatnot. Oh, the cutscene or the text box pop-up doesn't even happen if you just pound through the dialogue. Gonna buy all those, cause why not? Alright, now we can go to the statue. Before I do that, get this level up, cause why not? Okay. Now we should be able to progress the game and go this way again. We're gonna hit this one, which is gonna cause another cutscene to trigger that we're gonna try to skip through. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about about when we have to go back in time and do the provisional place. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's all good. So hopefully everybody else, aside from Aaron, eventually gets the capability / capacity to go to sleep. Never forget that. Don't forego sleep if you don't have to. I just do it because, as I said, I don't really sleep well. I can lay in bed comfortably. That's one thing, but sleep eludes me, which I'm not happy about. And we're back in this map where everything looks framey and chuggy, and I hate it. How did I do no damage to her? Actually not certain, really. I don't like it though. I like how the battle music keeps like playing and stopping, playing and stopping, playing and stopping. So what do you guys think? You guys think I could beat the challenge room that's over here? I'm actually just coming in here just to check. Okay. Pick this up on here. But I think one of the rib parts is behind the Queen's Gauntlet thing, which I think I have to go check. I think there's a hole right here, right? Yeah. Good. I'm remembering all the not good parts everywhere. I remember there is a blade lady in here. Okay. She jacked me up. Let's see, at this point, pretty sure I can say I've checked everywhere. I've done all the standard checks anyway, so only place left to go is forward. Also, while I'm here, prayer shawl. Prayer shawl's where it's at for defense, Jesus. Blue Hound sucks. Or GLX Defender. Or White Vestment. Wait, what level is the White Vestment? 6. Because like I feel like oh yeah, I feel like it's a little different all of a sudden now. I also needed this for the ISIS. So I actually did have to come over here. Oh, it's like night and day with a companion. Also, he's got eyes like a phoenix. What did he even see over there? So that's one ISIS done. I believe I need 2 more for the rib. Blah blah. not 100% certain, but I might take slightly less damage on... Oop, I forgot about that. I might take slightly less damage overall for better defense. Just so I could base tank damage better. I actually want to check this. I think this is just a door. Oh, actually, no. That also leads to mapping down there. It's also mildly important to note that I don't actually have enough damage with just Iron Will and all that stuff. Or Bridge of Glory, I mean. I also have A+ on strength and all that stuff. And B+ on mine just to have the Bridge of Glory. Get caught. The funny thing is she's actually not important to kill. Interesting. I forgot that there's actually a powered attack. What I was gonna say is I might actually get rid of Valve Ichor for something that gives me slightly more strength or dex. So I have slightly better damage on this blade. I think preferably I want dex. I think this weapon scales with dex. As the Prometheus character. Haven't decided yet though. Or maybe get rid of Mind and Vitality for like Mind and Dex or something. Just slightly more Dex will give me more damage. That would also require me to actually look at the spell list longer than I did. Which I might do at the next missile. Mayhaps. Probably not, but I could. And that's the thing. I probably will, honestly. I think there's something that'll give mind and dexterity. There's something that gives just raw strength and raw dex. There might be like a dex mind combination. I think that's the way I want to go. Free chest. Free chest. Always a good thing to get. I was like, I actually kind of like the number of Ichor I have currently, so I'm actually highly interested in seeing if I could find something with mind. No. No. All Venom stuff. Blind Mark. That just says increased dex. I was like, I need Hunter Vestige too. Is that a passive? Mmm. Increase strength. What do I currently have? Strength, dex, strength, and willpower. No. So with two-handed weapons, increase strength and vitality. Overdrive's not good. Artemis, dexterity and willpower. No. Mind and vitality. Was that just on this one? Yeah, it was. It's hard to tell really sometimes. Temporarily increase. Honestly, that's gonna be probably pretty good. And we'll replace that with Venom Trap. Somatic Zeal. There we go. And we're girthy. So how long does this buff last for? Oh. Yeah, now we're S rated for everything, meaning we just got a crazy amount of attack and defense up on that active. Yeah, we're cooking with damage now. Okay. We're definitely cooking with a little bit of damage now. So I believe we're still looking for 3 more vestiges for Isis. Alright, somehow I got that backstab. Give it a little bit of a tug. And then we open that door so we can do the whole loop around thing. Oh, so I thought I checked this really quick. I didn't see a shard here. It's fine though. 2. And as you can tell with how drain attacks work, doesn't matter what your buff is or debuff. Doesn't matter with backstabs or parries. Whatever your drain attack is, as you can see right here, whatever these attacks are, that's just what your stats are going to be for it. Oh wait, no, I lied. It's this one. Sorry. The attack on the other page is how much I'm getting buffed with all my stuff. At this point, I'm kind of interested to see how much damage this thing does with all the buffs going. I am genuinely curious. And that's saying something, because we were never just like blazing a trail through the game before. I don't even need to fight this guy, I don't think. I'm gonna though. Yeah, all he had was a dumb regen factor. Good fight though. Good fight segment. There should be a Medal of Honor back there, which you need those to upgrade your covenants. Kind of like in Dark Souls where you kill people for those. Those are kind of it for deeds done. That wasn't very nice. The cheese kind of beat me up. Also, I never really realized how big this game is, actually. A lot of space. If you think about it, we've been playing for an hour after Butterfly. Essentially, anyway. And, yeah, we're not even there yet. We still have a chunk of game to go. Which is kind of why for the harder bosses I'm thinking of not doing this. Especially because I don't know how my damage buffs are going to stack and or be maintained for those boss fights. We're currently on the prowl just for ISIS things. In fact, we're currently not interested in anything else but the Isis shards. Okay. We're gonna have to go over here anyway because we're gonna have to kick that ladder down. I think there's barely a reason to come down here. I also like that he started going up the ladder because I jumped on top of the ladder. And it messed him up. It's mildly humorous. Yeah, well, that's our end goal. But we need to kick down a lot of other things for that sequence of events to take place. Plus we have like so much. Was there actually an item right here that I missed? I did. At this point we want to go this way. Because I have to open up this gate that's over here. If I remember correctly, I think this is just a queen steel, yeah. And all of this, I believe, is simply to get down here, which kicks down that ladder over there. So this kicks down that ladder over there. And this opens this door in front. Then from here we drop down here and we looped all the way back around. I also love that all you have to do is just run up to the ladder and you immediately latch onto it. Very good. And we don't get access to that door until we do all this nonsense over here. It's very interesting to continuously hear the game's audio desync out of nowhere. I have zero control over that, and it's not on me. We're going that way anyway. I just forgot which way I was going. Offhand. Bloodbead candy just helps me with my companions. Always important to grab those whenever possible. Also currently just looking for vestiges. Because like I said, we need all of them to restore all the memories to get the true endings. Along with returning back to the boss fights after the boss fight is done to grab the EOS vestiges. In addition to all this rigmarole, we also get access to the EOS spells that you saw we were using. One of them is really the bridge, the glory or whatever. Super useful. No idea why we need to open this, other than just for mapping, I suppose. No, I did not pick up anything useful. Just picking up stuff. Very good damage. I don't think there's any reason for me to go over here. I do feel mildly obligated just to come down here and check. At the very least, open the door on the far end. But considering it doesn't look like there is anything of note here, mild waste of time. But for a second, I did remember that I was pretty sure there was a reason to come down here. I do need to actually go over there and wrap around and do all that stuff, though. I think this far end one leads me there. We go up the stairs, wrap around, go down this way. Yeah, I hate how everything looks so whitewashed that the game itself looks laggy. It's just not my end. That's just how the game kind of looks. And can we use it? Yes. Did we need to pick it up, or was it actually that useful? No. But it was a thing. It's definitely a thing. We still have more section to go to, so it doesn't matter that we only have like one ISIS item. I think we still have at least 2 more to get. That I could think of anyway. Also, after these two lovely ladies in this room, there is a boss fight to do. Hopefully Yakumo is keeping this lady preoccupied, which he didn't. But I somehow got a backstab into a backstab, so it kind of works for me.
No,
I forget, what does that do? Oh yeah, that lowers. Oh no, that just opens that door from this side. I need to drop down in there, right? Yeah, here. So we just cleared out the enemies there mostly. No huge reason why we did any of that. Other than we're probably gonna backtrack into there at some point, so. I don't see that enemy, or like the boss that we're about to go run up against right now. I don't see him beating me. But you never know. You just never know. What's 20, 50, 34, right? Alright, let's go. There we go. Nice and simple. I think I have to do this. Because then this has me fight the Queen's Guard. I think this is a one-on-one fight though. It wouldn't let me skip it. So I kept walking forward till it let me. Skip it, skip it, skip it. Currently, this true ending is taking a lot longer than I thought it was gonna. Even running through the game. Meaning that this is a decently long game for those of you who are interested. Decently long game. Also, I don't think I get a companion unless Jack follows me through this. Oh, he does. Nice. Which makes this actually super interesting. Because I know that this is the Ripper guy that we don't know about that we know about now. Or the Hunter. So after the Queen's Knight, what else do I have? Or the Hell Knight fight. Nothing that I can think of. These enemy types have a little bit of HP to them.
敵が多いな。囲まれては不利だ。こっちが不利か。身を隠しながら進めないと。鍵があれば開けられるかもしれないが。
Is he just casting? Oh my god, he's a god. He says range damage for days.
Hashigoが見えるな。お前ならどっちを選ぶ？
Okay.
追い込まれるなよ。仕方ない。使えるものか。
Oh, I just realized why I was fat rolling too, or not fat rolling, but heavier rolling is because I don't have the same blood code that I have currently. Okay. Good old side stab. Ooh. Ooh. Eek. Okay. Not a bad run though. I still haven't gone up there yet.
建物の間にも注意を向けろ。覚悟しろ。追い込まれるなよ。
You know what the mildly humorous part is? I have enough stats that a character kind of doesn't care what's transpiring right now. Find that mildly humorous that I could just face tank all this damage. Okay. Nice and clean. And by the end of this little adventure, or this little section, I should have enough stats for another level. Which would be A-okay with me. What the hell is Jax? Increase attack and reduces stagger usage. That commune does give me a lot of damage though. Reduces how much I heal though, which is kind of not okay. That's like one of those bare minimum stats that I'm like, yeah, regen's kind of important. There aren't a whole hell of a lot of other things that do matter. That's one though. It's the old shutter key. I forgot where this leads. Yeah, this is just this ladder I couldn't get up that I was thinking about trying to climb up. Okay, nothing. It leads nowhere. Old shutters down there. There's not much else I'm doing here, so let's take the shutter. Oh. Apparently that's a storage key requirement. Okay. Get a little bit of damage in. I never got up there either, did I?
今のうちに体を休めておけ。休息も必要だ。不利な状況でも打開策はある。
So then the storage key probably got me to where I wanted to go before that I didn't get to. I'm assuming.
今行く。
I don't think it matters which way I go. It kind of did. It's fine though.
足元気をつけていけ。奇襲を警戒しておけ。よし。仕方ない。
Oh, I definitely never was in here. I definitely didn't get the Queenslayer halberd. Overall, wouldn't call it worth it, but it was a decent side adventure, and I'm gonna call it that. Okay. So we should be coming up onto the boss that's down here.
白いトゲはクイーンの放った質量攻撃だ。あの威力では防壁など役に立たん。目的はクイーンだ。不要な戦いはすることがないクイーンです。ここまで。
Grab this chest. That knife-hang armor, though, is very, very good. Alright, let's go talk to Mr. Happy down here. Mr. Happy. Okay. Okay. I didn't really need Jack there, to be honest. He was like a side project at best. We learned what happened to us and how we like pseudo died, but not really, because we were already a revenant. So what do we have left? We have the rib, we have the throat, we have the fire wolf chick, we have the breath. Those are all the ones I can think of. What the hell am I looking at here? There goes my big boy damage. Up is the way to go. I don't actually remember if there's an Isis vestige down here though. Where the trial is. So far not looking like it. The one eye covered thing is pretty badass looking though, I do have to say. Pretty badass. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. All I get is a pure blood here. Which is not very good. Still looking for 2 more Isis vestiges. Funny enough, these regular enemies hit a lot harder than those trial enemies ever do. Which I guess might not seem that funny, but I think it's kind of hilarious. Needed that key. I forgot I need to like do all that yeah. I need to do all that nonsense. Looping around and then come back to here with the key. Okay. Running around at the speed of sound. There's two. Must have just completely missed this doorway then. 'Cause, yeah. I should have seen this one for sure. Wait. I'm going backwards. I need to go up. That's the first left. Now it's upstairs. There we go. Now I remembered. I got all topsy-turvy there for a second. So we should have one more vestige to find, I believe, before we get to the final boss of this section. I think I saw something there, but for the life of me, I can't care enough to go back. I mean, I saw something. I think I saw something on the map. I didn't actually see it. It's back down to where I was. Oh no, that's the way I need to go. Yeah. A pretty not horrible memory for having only played this section once and playing this game once. Memorizing every single nook and cranny, though, is tall order indeed.
面倒な仕掛けだな。
See, my boy just jumped in.
しないとな。お、使えそうか。
And there's my other Isis. So that should be 3. So I think I'm done with Isis. Vestiges. And all that to get the key that was right there that looped me back around. It's upstairs. Upstairs and then through the blue door. And then straight on till morning or whatever. It's probably faster this way, no? I just superseded the blue door, alright. So if we're making our way over actually to the palace door, then we should have all the Isis vestiges. And I believe this is the one right outside the castle, so. We should have all 3 pieces for this. And there's 4. So now we have all 3 to repair. And at this rate, probably not gonna finish the stream. Or not finish this game this stream. Because we're 2 hours in and like halfway done, I would say. We have like 3 more bosses before the final one, I think. Actually 4, because there's also the Queen's Knight Reborn, even though that's not going to be a tough fight. So something you have to get through. So yeah, rib. Wait, no, 5, right? Rib, breath, throat, cat girl. And then after Cat Girl, other thing. Like Queen's Knight Reborn. Then I have to make my way to the boss. Yeah, suffice to say I have a long way to go. Meaning that next stream, which will probably be on Monday. Monday at the usual like 9 a.m. time. 9 to 10 a.m. whatever. That's gonna be the one where I pick it up again. And I'll probably get the final true ending. So at this point I should save it here. After restoring all those vestiges, I should save it here by hitting this. And because the game doesn't save after a boss kill, I can just reset if I don't have all of them, but I'm pretty sure I have enough to restore the memory. Look at that, I'm pretty sure it's 3, and you only need 4 pieces. 3 and then the last one that the game gives you. When you talk to the attendant. Acting like I'm not gonna stand there and face tank that. So, I'm gonna be 100% honest right now. I let myself die there because I was not gonna evade or anything. I wanted to see if that pillar was actually not gonna let me not die. I've never had it where the game just killed me like that before, behind that pillar. The pillar has always been something that actually bothered to save me. Oh. There wasn't another part? I think I actually have to walk down this because we're mid thing and I don't know if... Actually, this one might still be lore. There's one where I actually restore the person. I think that's just a cutscene too. Yeah, so after this, I should be given the prompt. There we go. And if done properly, which I believe I did, She should not be dead now. Because I had all the pieces. Unlike the one time I had Fiona and I didn't get Fiona's. Ice's Vestige, meaning I got that one. And she's alive. Very good.
いよいよこの先が血類の源流だな。彼女か。ルイは察しがついていたみたいだな。悪い、すぐ行く。
Alright, we found out that that was our
そいつは掘り出し物だ。
sister or whatever. It's fine.
源流については継続的な調査が必要だが、まずは継承者ってやつを助けに行こう。あんまり先走るなよ。
Okay, we're gonna find Jack here.
Great. やつはお前に関心があるみたいだ。注意しておけ。
Now we're gonna teleport to home base, and I actually want to test out something. Actually, wait. This is not the right idea first. I had to go back to the city ruins. It's fine. Doesn't matter. And then after that, I'm going to go to the first wing door, which takes us to the teleporter. And I think that teleporter takes us to the underground section where we fight the armored. Actually, wait, no, we have like 7 bosses to go. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I guess first we'll take the level. Second, we're actually going to teleport to here and do this fight, because it should be a fight. And then trade our resources for blood candy beads. And we're going to give those to Luis, because he has an item that I believe I want, which raises our max ichor.
Yo, 私たちよ。旧世代の資材を持ってるなら嗜好品と交換するよ。
Take
ま
10
た
of
必要
those.
になった。
Now we're gonna teleport back here. We have plenty of that other junk, so it doesn't matter. Easy come, easy go. I don't think the armored knight character had a guardian, come to think of it. Alright, we're gonna give him a crap ton of these.
これは。
ありがたく受け取っ
Oh, you like that age brandy. Let's see. Using it increases maximum ichor. that could be held. Alright, so now that we got those. Where are we going now? Oh yeah, the inner tower. So we have to take this teleporter, which will take us to the underground parking structure that we can run through. Which will lead us to a door, which will lead us to the fire temple, I believe. So I think we have to do... I guess it kind of doesn't matter the order. So we're going to have to do both of these doors anyway. Bam. Yes, sir. Suffice to say, we have a lot of game left. And I'm only going to go for 4 hours this morning because I'm planning on going to bed today at some point. Oh, this one's the frozen ridge. So then the elevator down will take me to the underground place.
飛ばされないようにな。登山の中でも最悪なシチュエーションだぜ。下見ない方が。
I mean, I personally find this to be okay. It'll afford me the capability of getting the item I didn't get before.
まずは先に進んでみるか。ロストに吹雪は関係ない。片付けてやる。いつでもどうぞ。安心して背中を預けられるな。なるほど。こっちにも行けるのか。使えるもんはいただいとかないとな。ニコラ、何してるの？お前それ。
Bam. And there was the Fion that I had missed the first time. Like a jackass. Because I was worried about falling down here and dying because it didn't look like this existed, but it does. But it does. Also, I'm purposely not teleporting back to the last place because after I clear out this zone, I'm gonna use these 2 teleporters to teleport back and forth. Essentially, after I beat this boss, I'm gonna teleport back to the rib, grab the Eos vestige there. And then after I grab the EOS vestige there, I'm gonna come back here to this one and grab this one here. Two.
冷え切ってそうな顔だ。落ちるなよ。いつでもどうぞ。
Alright.
使えるもんはいただいとかない。
Got the same stamp icon that I think I had before. So I think it's good to realize that those are unchanging.
少しは寒さもマシになったな。
Okay.
どうな場所でお前なかなか筋がいいな。
So this is the way forward, so I definitely don't want to go this way yet. That being said, I am going to go immediately right and touch the missile, though. In case I die, I want to spawn up here. If I have to take a direction. I will be going back downstairs, though. That's 2 Fion vestiges, by the way. That's the free one that the game gives me for a cutscene.
あの光をいよいよ山頂か。
So we're gonna head back down. And instead of taking the elevator path,
悪い、すぐ行く。
oh no, this still might be the elevator path. I don't actually remember.
山の中を探し回るってのも楽じゃねえな。
I was kind of hoping just to walk to the side of it.
備えあれ。
I was feeling lazy. But instead of taking the elevator path, we're gonna go left.
嫌がるな。
And I was right, there is a Fuyon down here.
お前それ。
So it's 2 or 3 respectively. Yeah, no, we're not going that way. So now we go back up. We grab the other one. Which is back up at the top.
待ってろ。今行く。
Because I think we cleared out this section pretty well. I found a section there that got me stuck,
ここなら
which is
戦闘
interesting.
になっても安心か。
I'm gonna grab all the level ups I can on the way in.
雪にいつでもどうぞ。地面を観察しねえとな。ここから見えるってことは霧の
Also, I just realized that those buffs I got from Luis are not actually permanent buffs. That's me hitting the button and it's not going. And this is why I impress upon everybody that those guys are the worst enemy. That's actually a true death. Actually, like, the worst enemy type. And that's just one of those bricks. Alright, well he's in trouble. Because my backstab actually bothered to work for once. And I believe I'm only missing one vestige now. Oh yeah, I do have to go all the way around. Right. I forgot it was this one. So hard to dodge once you're caught in those combos though. Like, talk about just eating damage, you just eat the damage. It was like, I remember that being an actual item. Good parry. Honestly, what my real question is for this game is what's the point of raising my max I core if it's not a permanent raise? Like a one-time use that I can't keep buying off of Luis. There's only like so many I can buy. Is the whole point just to have that for like the one boss fight that it might actually work on, or? Okay. It's like the first time I killed that guy, he just stood there and took it. And I'm alright with it. Oh yeah, I would actually like to get this missile over here. I'm actually gonna grab this one and take the full heal, because I do have to clear out all this stuff down here too. Level 5 machete. Like, I wish you wouldn't drop that. Okay. I think that's all the vestiges at this point. No, there might be one more. Good old regen inducers. I'm gonna need that. Plenty of HP, so I don't care. Alright, madam. I feel like I'm missing something here. I might not be, actually, because now that I think about it, I don't think I had all those. Is there only 2 here? Or 2 upgrades or 2 items? Technically, I feel vestige 3 already. I don't know why it starts off saying no first. This one I had. I think the only way to check. Oh wait, I don't actually have the queens.
後悔しないように準備はしっかりな。
The only way I'm gonna know is going back here, hitting the save. Okay.
お前と組むのも悪くなさそうだな。
So basically, I'll learn after this fight if I get
また行けばいい。
if I get the actual Queen's Breath or not. So if I can't actually restore him and he just dies or whatever, then I messed up. But I think I got all of them.
気張っていくぞ。いつでもどうぞ。
Alright. Pretty smooth. So I should be able to restore him, I think. Provided I didn't mess up, but I don't think I did. I was only missing the one vestige. He said words this time. Was there only 2 upgrades? That's crazy if there was. But granted, I wouldn't have cared to get a frost weapon enhancement. That does like literally nothing for me. Oh yeah. And I got Fion. Nice.
さあ、次の継承者に会いに行こうぜ。
いってらっしゃい。
Good, good, good. Alright, now we teleport to the gated room. And after all the nonsense we did, should be fine. Actually, wait, I lied. We don't teleport to the gated room. We teleport to the rib because I'm going to forget about it. Doesn't matter. No? Not particularly, actually. Because regardless if I teleport to the rib now or later, like, I'm gonna cycle through all the things. Or I'm gonna cycle through all the areas, rather. And coming here should open up the gate downstairs for me. So what's the current thing I have to worry about right now?
できたのか。行き止まりか。一旦戻るか。鍵がいるのか。どっかで拾ったかな。こいつ。
What opens that? I mean, I 100%ed the snow area, so it can't be there. There's a locked door over there, but I don't think that one matters either. Maybe to go back to base. And then he'll tell me about the underground thing. Because every other boss is dead right now. You know what? I also forgot about, speaking of other bosses that I completely omitted from my brain, I completely forgot about the Cannoneer and the Blade Dancer chick. And then Mido and
Maintenance.
yeah, Mido. We have a lot more bosses to go. So Ava came. All this transpired. Now we can go back. I don't think I hit the skip button. I don't think I've ever seen EO. Oh, okay, yeah. We've seen this one. Yeah. So that's our first one. We have to get 4 from other locations, and then we get 1 from actually wait, what do I get from the Fion now that I have all of them? Check with hammer. Perform actions. Temporary easy guard. Increase fortitude. Now we go to the gated room, go downstairs, and we meet up with Jack. It's actually funny that like a majority of this game is centered around you having to repeat areas and like repeat playing sections multiple times. Or like just like generic like you're gonna die in areas. Because NG Plus literally just makes the game way easier. It's like this never really felt like a crypt to be honest. But I.
扉が開いているな。
They go the Ashen Caverns.
敵だ。近いぞ。いつでもどうぞ。
I can't believe I got the backstab on that. Not that I'm complaining, just mildly surprised. I feel like for the last fight I used Jack
Eva.
in the boss fight. Mostly because he has a projectile. And I don't think Yakumo is going to be able to do anything. Because if he can get in like that, he does massive damage. The problem is he just doesn't get in a lot of the time.
使えるもんはいただいとかないとな。はいおい、目ざといじゃないか。上にロストがいるぞ。気をつけな。行き止まりか。
A stump.
H 気をつけろよ。あそこに何かある。お前、
I was like,
なかなか筋がいいな。
judging by how I haven't cleared that rot. Nor do I know what it looks like up there. I'm gonna say I never actually made it up there. Which is kind of disconcerting, because...
実力を見せつけてくれたな。洞窟の中にこんな大空間が。
I usually end up exploring everywhere.
慎重に行くぞ。
Okay. Nice butt. Idiot. I was like, really? That's all that took? I didn't come over here and grab that, huh? You okay? Guess I never bothered going back after I went this far.
今行く。使えるもんはいただいとかないとな。
Doesn't seem like something I would do, but clearly I did. Right, that's an enemy.
場所を変えた方がいいぞ。一旦引くのもありだからな。ここで戦うのはうまくねえぞ。再生しな。場所を変えた方がいいぞ。 やったな。
Yeah, I feel like I'd be mildly more concerned if I knew that Venom ticked for more. But it doesn't. Alright, I think I have enough for a level. I did. Just enough. These levels are getting expensive. If I remember correctly, I don't think there's much behind this lady.
場所変えた方がいいぞ。
But I'm still gonna backstab her anyway, because I don't want to deal with it.
ここは最初の空洞だな。
At least a regen
そいつは掘り
extend.
出し物だ。こんなに広い空間。
Nothing important.
この光景、昔の都市伝説を思い出すな。
当てどもなく何日も何日もさ。
Nanichimo, Nanichimo. Do I care about doing the blood trial? Not really. Am I gonna do the blood trial though anyway? Yes. I mean, why not? I'm right here. There's a missile right there. I have full HP essentially.
なんかあるな。
I love hitting the button and it doesn't work. I also got infinitely debilitated there.
あ、起きたか。
Chain debilitate is kinda lame.
やるじゃねえか。
I
ったな。使えるもんはいただいとかないとな。隅に追い込まれるぜ。
I don't know why it's so hard to get that cast to work. Literally like near impossible.
これですっきりしたな。お前それ
But whatever.
トゲが水を吸って青く光ってるのか。備えあれ。物陰に気をつけな。
Speedy Dude is having a good time over there.
いつでもどうぞ。備えあればと。お、使えそうか。そいつは掘り出し物だ。
Survivor's Vestige Core. Meaning I would have officially gotten a survivor there. That's the last piece of survivor there. Okay. Alright, well, that one was a little bit more tricky, I would say.
決意
Not really hard, but trickier.
さっきのロストの
So what bosses do we have left? We have Cat Girl. We have the Throat. Cannoneer, another girl. Mido. What else we got?
行こう御堂の居所を探すぞ いつでもどうぞ
Come on, I know I'm missing something. Oh yeah, Hell Knight, or the Queen's Knight Reborn. Queen's Knight Reborn, Wolf, or Skull King, and then the final boss. So what was that, 7? It's a little bit of ways to go.
早速登ってみようぜ 待ってろ今行く火に注意しろよ 丸焦げになっちまうぞ街中盛大に燃えてやがる
Okay.
熱いったらないぜ向こう側が見えない
I was mildly hoping he wasn't just gonna hit me immediately.
この状態じゃまともに動かないと場所はない
But then he kind of just like did. Still more healing than I've had this entire time, so not gonna worry about it currently. Also not gonna go down there and grab that because that's not worth it.
手が届かねえここは後回しだな
Queen Steel. Still. There's my Skatha. I'm gonna kick this ladder down. Grab the gift accelerator. I remember correctly, there's a bunch of enemies here. There we go.
備えあれば
I chunked that one monkey for like 5k. That was amazing damage. I forgot how much HP I used to have at this point of the game, but it couldn't have been much. I'm gonna have to go that way anyway, so. I'd rather go this way first. And the good old sideways backstab. One of my favorites. You know, I actually don't know. Can I get more than 5 regen factor? Can.
Oh, 装備の点検か?
Okay, so 6 is my limit. I was like, okay. The mana got destroyed.
Oh, よく見つけたな。面倒な仕掛けだな。
A good old stamp icon. Man, I feel like I was just here like yesterday. Although to be fair, since I have already beaten the game, all this seems like a not so distant blur. I was like, and with all these stat buffs and whatnot that I have, Mido seems like a pushover, to say the least.
継承者はお前だったのか。エミリー。棺に向かうぞ。
I also noticed that I don't get to keep any of the vestige buffs that I didn't actively like build into. I was like, Yakumo just goes in.
お使えそうか
That man is a king among men. There's a Skatha vestige down here, right? Yeah.
備えあればあの虫に
Not exactly where I was standing, but close enough. The overkill on that man was absurd. It's another Skatha.
取り出し物だ向こう側にも道がありそうだ
I think we're coasting the rest of this. Oh my god, my healing is amazing.
悪いすぐ行く 降りた先に注意しないとな
Okay. So this half of the map is cleared.
待ってろ今行く
And I made it all the way to the first missile of this map.
悪いすぐ行く
It's right here. Honestly, we're going pretty damn quick, all things considered. Okay.
まこんなもんだろう
Obliterated. So Queen's Titanium, which I actually need more of because I've been upgrading weapons like mad.
ージは最小限に抑えていこうぜ。
I hear my boy Yakumo just walking through the fire and the flames.
隅に追い込まれるなよ。この調子でいこうぜ。
I was like, whatever happens, that falls down, and then I can get access to that side. He's awakened. Should be some monkeys and this spike ball right here. Okay, he just like cast in my face.
なかなか筋がいいな。場所を変えた方がいいぞ。やったな。お前それ先上がってって。
I was like, all those flames make the even the stream lag, because that's not my end. It's crazy. Did I say Yakumo had that covered? This fight I'm a little worried about. Okay. Stood up, pushed, stood up, pushed. I definitely do not miss the absurd nature of the game. And how just like stupidly broken it can be sometimes. Alright, well, we're ready for this boss fight. Take my level while I'm here. We're missing a vestige somewhere. Yikes. That means we're not ready to do this fight yet. I'm trying to think where I went through quickly. And as such, I'm missing a vestige.
早速登ってみようぜ。
Ah.
いつでもどうぞ。あれ、
Ah.
道を間違えたか。
I was like, Yakumo, don't spin on him. He literally boxed me in the corner. Okay, and then we rest and go back to the last bonfire we were just at, which is literally 50 feet away. But over that broken stuff that I can't get back too easily. And we're ready again.
あんまり先走るなよ。
記憶の糸をお紡ぎください。
Cause yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, I couldn't think of any place I hadn't gone to yet. I was like, oh yeah, that would be one of the places that I forgot to check. Is that very first or that end piece? Luckily, I didn't need it. I needed to run back through the entire map because it was right there.
おまどうか今一度記憶の糸をお紡ぎください。
After this, we'll be ready to fight the boss. I'm actually super intrigued to see what kind of damage I'm going to do against the throat. Because, like, this boss probably is not going to be that bad. Like, air quotes, like, you know, jazz hands shouldn't be. Unless I'm not putting the poison on till a little bit more into the fight, at least probably when I phase 2.
備えあればってな。 いつでもどうぞ。
Okay, or she's just gonna expire on her own, whatever. Whatever. Stamp, 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 stamp. And she's back. So that's 3 of the 4. So we have throat, Cannoneer, Mido, Queen's Knight Reborn, wolf final boss. So 7. And we have about an hour to do it. Prospects aren't good. Especially with the last boss. The last boss might prove difficult.
ヤクモ来てくれたんだ。
お前と組むのも悪くなさそうだな。
ねえヤクモ、おにぎり作ってきてくれた？
ああ、数は少ないけど我慢してくれ。米を手に入れるだけでも一苦労だからな。やった！これさえあればいくらでも頑張れる気がするよ。わざわざありがとう。二人とも怪我しないように気をつけてね。
Hey. We're the good guys.
ヤクモ、あれ、もう行くの？
Yeah. I fucking, like, we just had rice balls. What you mean?
そいつは掘り出し物だ。
Alright. Take another level. And then we're gonna teleport to the crypt. We're gonna pick up this one. We're gonna pick up the one for Nicola. And then we're gonna proceed to the desert area. It's actually kind of great because I don't really need any of the items at those places, so I can kind of just run it to the boss fight.
Hmm. お前と組むのも悪くなさそうだな。
あら、最近特別これぐらい。
Interesting, I don't see her piece. That's fine. Nicola's chick should still be here. I don't think I picked that one up. Did I? I don't remember. Doesn't look like it.
お前それ。
この継承棺の化け物、ここの継承者の痕跡が継承者の痕跡が
Oh.
まさか最近外に女の人宝探しでもしてる？そうだ、これを渡した僕が動いたらびっくりしちゃうだろ。
ああ、それはここの継承干上がった開口にいた類似したパターンで、
お前と組むのも悪くなさそうだな。
Interesting. I would actually like to take these back to EO since I do have her blood code anyway. I'd like to exchange these with her and see if I can actually get one of the other spells I want. The one that gives me 50% extra stats. But I die in 4 minutes. Unless I kill the boss, which resets the meter.
私どんなさこれを
Okay.
あなた他
Restore. Do I have Hunter 2? Yeah. I can get rid of one of the Icors for more damage on my sword.
Kevin.
おかえり
It's a lot of EO. And none of the ones I want. That's gotta be locked behind a really far wall then. Shit.
おか
Restore. I might let her speak on some of the later ones because I know I didn't come back and actually like trade with her those. But for right now, I'm not gonna. For now. I swear somebody has one I want. I just don't remember who has it. I was pretty sure it was Isle. Dexterity and Fortitude. Ishtar. Not Feral. Yeah, this is the one I want right now. That's a lot of souls though, 36. So where do I go now? Oh yeah, to the bottom of here. Once I get to the first missile, I can be able to afford the sword mastery and upgrade it and all that good jazz. Let's see, 6. How does that change my build? I can only cast 19 worth of stuff. Oh yeah, I guess I can't simply just run through here because I have to find all the throat pieces here to restore Eva back to her normal self. Then again though, if the last 2 bosses are anything to go by, the throat should be like pretty damn easy still. I swear I hear a siren going off somewhere.
こいつは足場が悪そうだ。バランス崩すなよ。この砂何かいるぞ。使えるもんはいただいとかないとな。砂が明血を吸ってやがる。深くない砂地の心配。
Might as well just tank the leak. It's not like it matters too much, to be honest. I feel like I should cast this here though, since I'm gonna be empty. Okay. There's more Harmona. It's titanium. Leak vaccine. I also have enough resources now to purchase that upgrade. That's what I'm gonna do right now before I continue on that way. Acquire gift. Go to Prometheus.
お前と組むのも悪くなさそうだな。
Mastered that one. And then we take this off and we put
納得いく
one-handed
まで
sword
準備
mastery
した
on. Now we're cooking with damage.
備えあればってな。
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think I just hit for 26 there.
使えるもんはいた
Could
だ
be
いて
wrong, but I'm feeling powerful. No, 14, but still. My damage feels good.
この砂何かいるぞ。
もう大丈夫だ。お前の安全は俺が保証する。
No combat roll. But usually my damage never feels this good, so a fraction of this is a-okay with me. Okay, breakdancey dude is dead. We also have 2 vestiges.
隠れているロストには注意だ。
It's actually super important to note.
どうして自
3 now.
こんなところにいるの？
Not that one. This one. We got 3 vestiges. We have to kind of clear the whole uphill part coming up. Because I actually don't remember where everything is up here. So that's not that big of a deal, to be honest. So
あれで奴らは隠れてるつもりか。
we don't have to go down the middle here
遠くにロ
and
ス
go
ト
in the sand, because that sucked.
敵を見つけた。いきなり突っ込むなよ。お、使えそうか？
I love how strong this healing is. It's so good. So good.
お、こんなところにあったのか。 こいつ考えて進まないとやばいな。地味にやばいぜ。大あつらえ向きに避難場所があるぜ。
And we're just clearing out all of this junk to get over to here. I was hoping that wasn't gonna immediately hit me, but he did. Haha. Got him. Good old Queen's Titanium. I think at the very least we'll make it.
こずらせやがって
I think we'll kill the throat. At least at this rate. We'll kill the throat.
はるか彼方まで砂で埋もれてるか使えるもんはいただいとかないとなこうして見渡すとひどいものだ
We're in ults over there, so we don't need that. There we go. Ho ho.
いつは掘り出し物だ
Actually, thinking about it, I do have to check this anyway, regardless.
ここはでっかい袋工事みたいだないつでもどうぞ
Okay. How you fighting that guy? Okay. I gotta inspect all of this area for that last vestige fragment, I believe. I'm actually surprised I'm gonna get another level up for this section. Considering I kind of just ran through it. Can't believe I didn't take damage from that. Good old iframes. Sometimes they work. Sometimes they don't. was kind of hoping to double roll, but double fat rolling is kind of tough. Also, that appears to be my last vestige. You get parried out of that. $1,600 on these guys, and they're starting to get like armored. That should be my last one. Kick this down.
これで飛び降りずに済むな。これは下に行くエレベーター。
Open this door, grab our healing items, and head on towards the boss. It looks like at this rate, we're going to maybe make it to the Cannoneer and Sword Lady fight. Me and we're gonna have to stop at Mito, regardless. Not that I would like to do that, or not that I'm happy I have to do that, just gotta go to bed. Got to go to bed. Ideally, we'll be more upbeat, able to talk a little bit more freely after tonight. Like I said, this happens to be a period where everyone's asleep and don't want to wake up people being loud and stuff. Alright. We should have full restores here. What say you, madame? Looks like I got 3. Looks like I got 3. Where else do I have to go after? Oh wait, I forgot. There's multiple not fun segments. Coming up in the castle. I mean, arguably, like, you're kind of forced to be on a rail. Because it'll help you get through those parts, but it's just like... I don't know, I don't really like being forced to do things. It's the same philosophy I had when I played through that one game, Donkey Kong 64. And I was forced to play original Donkey Kong, and I was mad the entire time. Same principle. I'm not a fan of being forced to do things. If it's fun or if it's part of the game, A-okay, all about it. Forced at gunpoint to do it, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna fight.
この歌どっかで聞いたこと
I have exactly 19. Arguably, I would have poisoned, but I actually want to see how much damage I do. Okay. We did already watch that. And we restored her. Let's go. Very good, very good. I'm actually honestly kind of about the bank of spare souls we have, because I'm probably going to invest those elsewhere to do other things. And as fast as we burn through that boss, good pace, good pace. And we got her. Let's go back here, grab this EOS. I think at this point, all the other EOS are elsewhere.
あんまり先走るなよ。お前それ。お許しください。
I think at this point, I didn't have all the other EOS
待ってろ。今行く。
things. I'll probably let those play out on the next one, obviously, because I should have all the parts at this point. I get 6 HP and 1 stamina. And technically 1 extra damage off of the 2 gift bonuses I get.
準備ができ次第行こうぜ。
I have 16 minutes to ascend this tower and get to the cannoneer. Other thing fight. Honestly, if I can kill cannoneer and the sword lady in this time limit, I might even kill Mito. He's like right there. I whoop his ass with this build.
総督府の砦と聞いてたんだけどな。気をつけろ。様子がおかしい。この城どこまで続いてるんだ。やろう。備えあればさあ言ってか。
Those guys still hurt. I'm gonna do like 400 damage.
はしごが上がってる。どっかから回り込もう。ここもロストだらけじゃねえか。この雰囲気。
Got a ring. I can get married. Okay. Yeah, then there's gonna be the 2 big ones in this room with the lever.
敵を片付けてからじっくり調べる。
The unhelpful nature of Yakumo pushing the enemy into me. But you know I'm just about to walk up here and just full send. Don't think there's a reason to fight this guy other than for experience. I was like, he's bullying? You just pushed him over and trampled him. Can't do that. Honestly, I might just keep it. Yakumo. Even though he's gonna be like completely useless. Like, I mean, I've had him for the whole campaign, you know. Just slap Jack in there after all we've been through would just
やっ
be
ぱできるなお前
disgraceful. I actually need to go around to pick up all the vestiges at this point because I actually don't remember when I start picking up the EOS ones, the other ones. I know that the successor of the relics has one. I don't know what the other ones are
この
though,
調子で進むぞ
offhand. That's a mild problem.
いつでもどうぞ
Grr.
Oh, 使えそうか真相の地図ならデイビスのところに持っていこう
I got a map to clear out the depths if I'm so interested. I can take those to Davis.
今行く
Ow. I broke my legs. It's like I have 10 minutes to make it to the top of this section
扉の先に
and kill the cannoneer and the other lady. I don't think that's gonna happen.
これでどれくらい進んだんだ
But since I gotta talk to this nerd.
お前たちはミードまるでだま
備えあれば安心して背中を預けられるな いつでもどうぞ
Come stand up.
上々ってとこか
Tell me what that mouth do.
お前だが上臨時今の
I like how he's like laying on the ground bleeding out and he's like, alright. Take this regen inducer. It's clearly gonna help you more. It was like stairs. I was like, I'm just running at this point. I might give the cannoneer and blade lady a run or two. The problem is it's like guaranteed to like go over. There's no way I'm making it there in 6 minutes. I ain't that fast. I think I'm only halfway up this currently.
お楽しみの時間だな。やっと半分ぐらいか。ち、ロストがいるな。いつでもどうぞ。一旦引くのもありだからな。おい、再生しろよ。やばかったな。生きてるか。
Oh, that's what it does. It's a heal. So yeah, we need the bloodstained key, and then we needed the other key in the next room. Actually, we need like 2 more keys. Before we even reach the top. I don't actually need to go up there because I already have the missile route. So that's kind of nice. I could have skipped that.
待ち伏せつつ潰しごたえだ。おいおい、めちゃくちゃいいじゃないか。隊長に何を？そいつは掘り出し物だ。お前と組むのも悪くなさそうだな。塔の天井がすぐそこだぜ。登りきったか？まとめて相手してやるぜ。備えあればまだ残ってるか。
Come on. Alright. One more key after this. Have to go up there and fight those guys up on the ledge. Sure.
待ってろ。今行く。このエレベーター大丈夫だろうな。
Oh wait, I know where that goes.
あんまり先走るなよ。
Currently have enough haze for 2 levels, so I'd like to maintain this as best as possible. There's also not a lot of enemies I'm currently like super weary of left.
大したことなかったな。
The old sideways parry. Sideways backstab, my favorite.
お、重要アイテムだな。
Alright, well. That should be the last key. Pretty sure anyway. I was pretty certain that was the end of it, but clearly I was mistaken. That guy's actually a real big pain because he could just knock you right off the map into the abyss. Also, I currently have enough for 3 levels now, I believe. Which is a lot of levels.
お、よく見つけたな。
Yeah, I'm gonna give it an attempt or two to fight these 2 knuckleheads up here. And then whatever happens after that happens. That being said, what's the play to fight them? Honestly, something like I'll save the poison cast. Don't fight the cannoneer. Don't fight the cannoneer first. Actually, it gives me some space if he fights the cannoneer first. It really actually depends on which direction he goes first. Will dictate the pace of this. Oh, I snapped my toe. I had my hand completely off my controller because I was anticipating it to last a little longer than that. I rezzed. Ooh. I am froze. Did you just walk up and do it to me? Down, lady.
備えあればな。いつでもどうぞ。
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would think this is a tough fight with a summon. That was a joke and a half. You know what? I'm just gonna go murder Mido.
あいつらの無念を晴らしてやらねえとな。
Why not?
野郎はここで止める。
What's literally stopping me from fighting this man right now? But after this guy, I'm gonna for sure end it, cause I should go to bed.
本気でやるか。
種の進化というものをいただく。避けられるかな。やっちまえ。やっ。食らえ。
Okay. Well, that was easy enough. Summons are so stupid in this game. I'm glad I'm only doing this for the true ending. Alright. Enough of that. Enough of that. So we're gonna sprint out over here, and then we're gonna conclude it for today, because I have been up way too long, and I need to go to bed. I think we'll come back on Monday at like 9 or 10 in the morning, my time PST.
悪い、すぐ行く。
For anybody that's interested, anyway.
そいつは掘り出し物だ。
And we'll finish this and then go to Undermine as the next game.
あんまり先走るなよ。
And I guess I should have mentioned this earlier, but for anybody wondering why I have a summon and why I'm just like trivially playing the game, that's because I'm trying to just get the true ending, and I have already played the game once. This is NG plus without the companion. Already beat it solo. Fought all these bosses by myself. Less kitted than I am now. I'm just trying to see how broken the game could be, and it's pretty dumb. It's pretty dumb. Oh, this is as good a time as any to end it, honestly. Right before the next boss fight, which is right before the next area. So I'll take my level, and then I'm gonna call it here. Thank you for everyone who came out. Quick shout out to my boy Aaron for coming out. Apparently you waited up for me or something to come on, so unfortunately I wasn't on longer, but I appreciate everybody who comes out and watches. Like I said, shooting for Monday, 9 a.m. PST. That's gonna be it for me, I guess, for this morning. Peace out, guys. I love you. Stay safe. I'll catch you on the next one.